And good evening, all. We are back live and exclusive to YouTube. I am your host, Swishbone, for the remainder of the evening. And we are the world champions. We won on the last stream in the Toyota GT1. So we are now here for the post-main games content. And we're going to start by taking out my Honda NSX-R, because we're going to take on one of the manufacturer tournaments. We're going to do a little bit of a gentle start here, because we've already done the Civic tournament here, but what we haven't done is the Type R meeting. It's a 5 single race event. There's no championship from what I can see. And the question is, what are we going to get at the end of it? Because, of course, this is a mod that we are running where the prize cars are randomized. We could get an absolute shed, or we could get an absolute classic. Who knows what's going to happen? Let's get to the track and find out. Meanwhile, good evening, Snowbeaver. I have seen it as a demo of Metaphor Fantasio. Yes, it's not only in the PS Store, but it's also available on Steam. I haven't touched it for one very simple reason. I have a copy of that game due to land in literally about 2 weeks' time, and I'm going to be adding it to the rotation, so I don't want to be giving anything away. So I'm not actually playing it. I've heard murmurings that apparently on the Steam version there's been some optimization problems. I don't know how true that is because I've not played it, but it's still great that it's there. I understand it's got quite a lot of content. Apparently it might take anywhere between 80 and 100 hours to complete, which is pretty standard for an Atlas game when you think about it. And I'm looking forward to getting my teeth into it. Kind of like I'm looking forward to getting my teeth into these cars in my Honda NSX-R. Yes, get out of my way. This track is mine. Have you got a copy of Metaphor on the way, Snow? Are you looking forward to playing it? Get your comments in there. Love to interact with all you people. You can follow Snowbeaver's lead over in the chat box. So for now, Twin Ring Motegi, one of the more classic circuits in Japan, host to what was host to the Japanese IndyCar event at Motegi Super Speedway until about 2009, I think. Oh, this feels joyous to drive. Absolutely beautiful. Instant power, instant drive, no slipping, no sliding, just pure performance. Absolutely fantastic. It's weird because when I first played the OG Gran Turismo games like GT1 and GT2, I hated the NSX. Couldn't stand it. But now, one of my favourite cars in the modern games. Just feels so adaptable. Yes, we are making smoke. Now, this championship could take some time based on this race, because this race will take about 8.5 minutes to complete, which is quite a long time. And we're currently around about 20 seconds clear of second place, so we're in a good position to take control. Yes, you say you're playing Dead Space Remake because it's been added to PS Plus Essentials. That's on my list of games to play. I'm hoping that if I can do some testing, I'd like to do that as a Halloween stream, because it'd be absolutely perfect for the spooky season. However, I'll need to see if I can get my capture card working again, because I don't trust playing that game via remote play. So that might need some jury rigging to get things back, and it might be a return to the old school streaming, a way I haven't streamed in some time. But you are correct, we've been long overdue a good title in Essentials. I've actually recently been playing Doki Doki Literature Club Plus, because that was also included with the PS Plus Essentials. And that's as life-affirming as I remember it from when I did stream of the Steam version many years back. There's many things about that game I've come to appreciate, having played through it and learned its twist. Of course, if you haven't played that game and you don't know the twist, play it. Don't look any spoilers up, go in blind and enjoy the chaos that happens. That's all I'm going to say. But say the Dead Space remake, I understand, is actually very, very good, and I'm excited to get my teeth into it. Because I've never actually played any of the Dead Space games. This might shock people, considering I'm a huge fan of the Resident Evil series. I played the Silent Hill series, and I've played many other survival horror games, such as Rule of Rose and many of the others, but I've never actually played any of the Dead Space games at all. I missed the boat on Dead Space. From what I've heard, it does sound like it's my kind of game, Snowbeaver, so I'm actually really looking forward to playing it. I don't know much about it other than it's survival horror in space, pretty much. That's all I really know. And again, I'm a lover of the Alien movies. I played Alien Isolation a while back, thought that was kind of a cool game. So I'll be interested to see just how it holds up as a game. I understand it's really well done. And you can't really go wrong with like being attacked. I've recently started playing The Last of Us Part 1 as well, because that got added to PS Plus on the higher tiers as part of what I'm assuming is a promotion for the PS5 Pro. That game's okay, but it feels very slow and different to what I expected. Not that that's a bad thing, it just doesn't feel quite as what I expected it to be. It feels like a weird hybrid between an Uncharted game and a light survival horror, the original Last of Us. But to be fair, I'm not too far into it, so things might change. But as I say, I do like survival horror games. I like the... especially if they've got a bit of cornball to them, where you can go a bit ham, but it's his B-movie style. It's why I'm a huge fan of the Resident Evil series. I love Silent Hill because of its more traditional horror vibes. If Resident Evil went for like the cheesy 1980s B-movies, Silent Hill went for the much more for the Dean Koontz, Stephen King horror kind of style. It's interesting, the Silent Hill 2 remake, I'm not planning to buy it out of the box, no, because what I've heard of it has been a little ropey, so I'd like to hear some more from people who play it in depth before I decide to possibly sink my teeth into it. I remember playing the OG one on the PS2 and it was absolutely fabulous, and the original on PS1 was a cracker as well, so I probably will pick it up at some point, but it's not immediately on my list. Yes, 2 A-spec points. Yes. So that's race 1 of 5 done. 10,000 credits earned. Very nice. So we'll quickly back out to the main menu so we can save our game. We have had issues in the past where the game has crashed, because we are running a mod to this game, and because it's running on a mod, it's questionable, to say the least. Also, good evening to Joe. Do see you jump in there. Welcome to the stream, mate. We are currently about to crack on with the Type R manufacturer series here in the Honda one. We have got the Honda NSX R02. We've won at the Twin Ring Motegi, so we are on to Autumn Ring. And of course, we could be getting absolutely anything as our prize. I'm excited, and I'm also a bit tetchy as well. How have you been, anyway? Oh, look at this. We've already overtaken 6th place. The AI is not messing around. The AI has completely ignored the order. That'd be a penalty in real motorsport because we've overtaken before the race has started. Of course, speaking of penalties, situation with V-Carb in Formula 1 at the moment. Daniel Ricciardo has been shown the door, and Liam Lawson's coming in from the race at Austin, Texas. I'm really intrigued by a switch in the driver lineup so late in the season. It seems somewhat perplexing to give a new driver just 6 races to shine. I thought Colapinto came in late, and then Lawson just goes, let me introduce myself. So that's going to be interesting to say the least, see what happens next. Yeah, this car feels beautiful to drive. I have souped it up a little bit, but I've not gone crazy. I've only got a Stage 2 NA tuning, a few engine parts, and some racing tyres. And it's transformed. It feels fantastic to drive. I'm actually really quite excited that they've got a new IP in Metaphori Fantasio. I'm a little concerned in one element purely because of how they bodged Soul Hackers 2. They got Soul Hackers 2 totally wrong, and I'm hoping to learn the lessons from not only that, but how they revitalised SMT5 with the Vengeance cannon. So I'm hoping that they give us something totally new with a brand new section of things. Persona 5, though, they do need to move on from it. They do need to start showing something of Persona 6. It's a bit like GTA 5, isn't it? They've not moved on from GTA 5 to GTA 6. It's like Skyrim, they've not moved on from that either. There's too many games that have been stuck in a 10-year cycle. And I think the time is right for them to, like, go, we need to move on. Am I ready for more randomness, Arista Jack? You bet you I am. I am ready for more randomness indeed. We are in the Type R tournament at the moment, the Honda manufacturer-specific one. So we're probably going to win a Mini, because we've always won random cars, it seems. Like when I entered the Lotus tournament and got the bleeding Bentley Speed 8, for example. Or the American Muscle Car and I got the Toyota GT1. Very strange. Yeah, taking that corner flat was not a good idea. It put me very close to the dirt. But it's good. It's not your birthday yet, is it, Joe? Ah, pity. If you're spending your birthday on my stream, then I'd like to know what kind of party you've got planned, is all I've got to say. If you have my stream on for a birthday. Ah, nice, you actually bought and finished Astro Bot, did you, Snow Beaver? I must admit, that's a game I'd like to play. But I'm really worried it's going to turn up on PS Plus in a couple of months' time, you know what I mean? It's one of those titles. Oh, we're getting a bit of lag here. I think the system is not enjoying the ROM at the moment. That's not your stream, people. It was slowing down on my screen as well. Ah, well, happy birthday for the 23rd of September then, Joe. The shape of a glue gun. Interesting you should say that, Arista Jack, because the F1 circuit Spa-Francorchamps actually has the look of a glue gun from side on. If you actually take it, you actually take the circuit for Spa-Francorchamps, and imagine someone holding the central hairpin. It's like someone's literally using a glue gun. Ooh, driving exam. Ooh, best of luck with that, Joe. Best of luck with that, mate. Sometimes, Alistair Jack, I wonder if that's where they get the design ideas from. To see a paperclip and go, can we turn that into a circuit? Actually, that's Micro Machines, isn't it? If I know you remember that game from the past. Hey, Joe, a lot of driving exams, it's all down to confidence and being able to showcase what you know of the car and how you handle it. So if you're confident in your driving, you'll be fine. Pardon me, a little bit of gas then, sorry about the peeps. Yeah, just imagine me on Gran Turismo 4, Joe, you'll be fine. Telling other cars to get out of your way and get back in the loser lane. He's going to be spared the ignominy of being lapped, but not by much. Oh yes, I'll take him here. But AI not messing around there, I like that. So we'll do a quick back out and save just to make sure that we don't lose our progress. And then we'll jump back in right to the next race. Yep, there's the memory card, all done. Fantastic. So I'm also going to take on the Japan 80s tournament on this stream. But I'm going to do it using my R31 Skyline I unlocked. Unless, of course, I get a better car. I may get another JDM Legend. Oh, we're at Suzuka. 4 laps of Suzuka. Wow. A lightning launch. Absolutely lightning. Straight into the lead. A JDM Legend car, basically, Arista Jack, JDM is an acronym for Japanese Drifting Machine. And it's for cars from mostly the 1980s and the 1990s, which were basically used by tuners. Talking the likes of the Nissan Skyline, the Mazda RX-7, the Honda NSX, the Toyota Supra, the Toyota Celica, the Mitsubishi 3000 GT, the Tomicara ZZR, I'm trying to think of all the others, the Honda Civic Type R, the Honda Integra, even some like cars from Europe kind of crossed over with the likes of the Porsche 911. So there's quite a lot of cars, but mostly it's things like the cars you'd normally see in the likes of Fast and the Furious. They all were basically classics of that era. Like the Mitsubishi Evo, for example. There's many, many classics you've probably heard of. So if I get something like the FTO Limited Edition or the R34 Skyline, it might be a car I use in its place. The Nissan Silvia was a classic drifting machine as well. You had the S1, the 180 SX. There's so many cars, so many classics. And all the tuner fans are suddenly nodding their heads, going, "We have a connoisseur. That's good." If I were in a car retail place, I'd be worse than Matilda's father in the Roald Dahl novels. I'd be selling people all kinds of junkers. Oh yeah, it's fine, mate. A little bit of tea cut and I'll be okay. I'll do you a 50 quid discount, mate. It's got no exhaust. Oh, it'll be fine. It'll sound better, you know. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'd be like Arthur Daly and Minder. I'd be useless. I'd have those investigative journalists doing undercover reports on a thing, you know, hiding cars in the bonnet in the bonnets and everything else. To go, all that's wrong with this car is it has a minor little cut in the hose. It can repair for £2. Well, I mean, your grub nuts have come loose. You're going to need a whole new set of mats. Your seats are totally out of balance. You know, I can't understand how you've let a car get this dirty. It's going to completely ruin the feel of it. Wouldn't have a clue what I was talking about, mate. I'd be useless. I tell you what, you spoke that better than I could. I'd say when it comes to French words, especially big French words, I am absolutely useless. A skipping rope. Interesting comparison. I always think it looks more like those classic Scalextric circuits you used to get. You know, the figure of 8 Scalextric circuits. Now showing my age talking about Scalextric. Whoa! Might have took too much of the curb, that. Yes, well, there's a nostalgic blast for you, Aristocrat, and it's Scalextric. The cutting-edge toy in the 1980s. When you think about it, it was kind of boring. You do 2 laps and then you realise that nothing's going to change in the race. Kind of like F1 in 2010. Too soon? yeah. If you love something, you've got to roast it, Aristocrat. That's the way. That's the rules. If you love something, you have to find a reason to roast it. For anyone who's played Gran Turismo 7, taking a Honda NSX around that hairpin is going to have some significant night terrors for you all. One of the license tests to get gold round there is absolutely painful. It's in the B license, and to get it to gold takes severe patience. I think one streamer once spent 3 hours trying to do it. By which point I'd have yeeted the console through the window. It's as simple as that. There was no way I'd keep it going. Just one more lap and we'll win the day. Say, some of these manufacturer tournaments take a very, very long time to complete. It's interesting how hard some of the manufacturer races are. Wow, I am miles ahead of second place. I like the fact that I just heard the cars driving over the bridge on top of the hairpin then, where the figure-of-8 nature of the circuit happens. That's pretty amazing. A game from 2006 simulated that. It's wonderful. Wow, just took 5 seconds on my fastest lap on the final lap. But look at that. No NSXs in this race, so it was an easy win because there was nothing even in the same class of car. Wow, that's quite amazing. But it's another 10 grand, so that's good. So I'm going to try and go a little longer tonight because I'm not in the work tomorrow. In fact, I'm not in work now for pretty much a week. However, I am going to be off stream until next Tuesday because I'm going to be away at a convention all weekend. I am going to be at Play Expo in Blackpool. We're spending the weekend gaming, arcade gaming, and many other things, so I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you are around and you are there, feel free to keep an eye out for me. Yes, I do know of the Getaway Black Monday. It was a PS2 title where, oh god, 10 laps of Motorland. This could be fun. Yes, it was set, I think it's set mostly in London, if I'm not mistaken, the Getaway. It's all set in London, and it's like a forgotten GTA rival. I am aware of it, I just never played it. Yes, people, we're driving in someone's shoebox. We have 10 laps of this mentalness to do. I might as well be racing around the Top Gear test track here, people. It's that small. I believe there are, yes. I've actually seen footage of it, Joe, but I've never actually played it. I might possibly do it as a stream sometime, because it could be interesting to do a different kind of game from that era, because I've never actually done one of that kind before. So that could be kind of interesting, just to see what it's like. I'm getting absolute tunnel vision on this track at the moment. What the hell? 2 cars are in the pits. Why have 2 cars gone into the pits on lap 4? I've managed to lap 2 cars because they went into the pit lane. What the hell? Game, I really don't need help to win this race right now. I do not need help. Well, to be fair, in general, I think I'm beyond help, so maybe it's a good thing. Yep, there goes another one. And there goes another one. No one knows how to drive. Everyone's diving out of my way. They can't believe what's going on here. This is silly. This is farcical. This is GT4. Now it looks like there's a car driving the wrong way. Another car in the pits there. You could say that this track is the pit. Well, there's the lead. There's second place. I'm going to lap him. There's no doubt about that. Because he can't get past the traffic. Oh, look at that. Hakkinen and Schumacher at Eau Rouge. And I took the power of them. Masterful driving. Intimidated them off the road. That's how you do it. And there's another one going into the pits. Someone's going to finish at least 2 laps down. This is ridiculous. This is silly. We're on one of the shortest circuits in the game. One of the shortest races we can do. And I've lapped a car at least twice. That's ridiculous. No other word for it. It's ridiculous. That was the Jeremy Clarkson line then. Power! Get out of my way. Wow, that's another car lapped again. This track breaks the AI. They just don't know what they're doing. Even I, who go off circuit like that, look like an absolute professional by comparison. You should be grateful complex string is not in this game. That really would throw them for a loop. To be honest, it'd throw me for a loop as well. That circuit was crazy. And he's finished the race in the pits. This... What the hell was that? Seriously? Is it going to tell me how many laps down they all finished, or are we going to time out? Yep, 3 laps, 2 laps, and there was another car in the pits behind one that had been lapped 3 times. That's insane. That is stupid. It's like, how can the AI be that bad? Seriously, how? How can they be that bad? I know it's Gran Turismo AI, and the AI in Gran Turismo has always been questionable, but that's a whole new level of suckitude. Okay, final race. Here we go. We are going for our final round, and it's at Tsukuba. Oh, right, we've got 10 laps of Tsukuba. That could be interesting. And after this, we will be finding out what we win. Is it a gem, or is it a shed? Let's find out. We're starting at the back of the grid, because that's where I belong, at the back of the grid. There's no doubt about it. Get rid of that annoying get ready to drive. I want that off my screen as soon as possible. Yes, I've heard there's a Spec 2 mod that someone's put together, but I've not actually done any research on it. I've no idea how it works, to be honest. It could be kind of interesting. Apparently it's really, really good, because it features a lot of new textures and models and missions and all other kinds of stuff. But the problem is, I've simply not seen a way to play it yet. I'm going to have to find out exactly how it works, because it could be good fun. Especially if it had full, like, 4K ultra-wide support, but I'd be surprised if they managed to do that. I'd be incredibly surprised. Oh, the speed through there. That was amazing. Still quite a long race this though, because even though it's Tsukuba, it's an annoying lap. But it's okay. We're in position. Tremendous grip on these tyres. Yes, a corner that could really do being cambered in more, that hairpin there. Could do a little more cambering. And so at some point I've got to try and find a way to make the Vector M12 race car turn up at the Trial Mountain Endurance race on GT2. I would love to have a go at beating that in a low-powered car. I know people have done it, and I want to see if I can do it myself using an underpowered car and strategy. Getting some severe frame rate drops here because of the way the mod's running. So massive apologies for how this looks. You think it's bad for you guys? Try playing it. The frame drops are insane. Deep in concentration here, people. Not giving much in the way of commentary because there's not much to say. But we are catching up to the pack very fast indeed. The question is, are we going to go quick enough to lap the field? It's going to be tight, but we're going to try. We are looking smooth. We're feeling good. And then round the outside. Not a conventional overtaking line, but when you've got this much extra power and grip, the enemy is defenseless. Very nice late lunge there. Onto the outside. Oh, yes. I'm coming for all of you people. I'm coming to lap you all. Get used to it. You know your car's OP when you're actually catching them up in the middle of a corner while still straightening the car. And to lap the field. Oh, he's going to make me wait for it. Can't make me wait anymore though. See you later. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. I'm glad you found that funny, Joe. A dated musical reference like that is not exactly peak comedy, but I'll take it. Yay. Almost there, peeps. We are almost at the point where we find out what we get. Is it a shed? Is it a classic? Is it OP? Is it useless? Let's find out in literally a minute's time. Here's me while I lap the field, did it with laps to spare. This car was very much OP, even though the left tyre is oddly enough quite worn, surprisingly. Road tyres clearly don't last as long, the road car on tyre wear. But the main thing is, it's fun to drive. Yay, there we go. 9 minutes and 42 seconds. Not bad. Not bad at all. So the big question now is, what's our reward going to be? First of all, we get 10,000 credits. Not a bad sum at all. Decent sum of money, that. So now, let's spin the wheel and roll the dice. We are going to receive... Here we go. It is a... Oh, wow. Yeah. We've got a Daihatsu Storia CX. Woo. Wow. That was worth nearly 50 minutes of racing, wasn't it, people? That was worth me boring you all to tears. That's the chaos of Gran Turismo Randomiser. Anything can come out the other side, but we're 24.2% complete, which means we might, if we're lucky, get into one of the endurance races. I actually feel crazy enough to take one on. Now, because of that, I did say, actually, I wanted to see what the 80s Japanese event was like. So let's quickly jump in our box of a car. That is the 87 Skyline. And yes, a true Gran Turismo moment. Absolutely, yes. You've fought through all these championships and you've won a pink Toyota Vitz. Speaking of which, if there isn't a 10-lap race of the Special Stage Route 10 in a pink Vitz in the My First Gran Turismo demo later this year, they've missed a massive reference. Right, before we upgrade this, it's only a 5-race series and standard or sports tyres is the only restriction. You got the ref. Hey, nice one. Right, let's go to the Turismo. Look at that, the R34 Skylines. Beautiful. My dream car, the R34 Skyline. Right, let's whack a turbo in it. That gets us an extra 70 horsepower. An extra 120. Nah, let's go big. Let's go big. We start on sports mediums. That'll probably, in fact, oddly enough, I wonder if that might be enough to win the event now that I've got a little extra power. Let's find out. In the 1980s, we start at El Capitan. What a track to start on. El Capitan. An interesting mix of cars. The Toyota Silvias could be the main danger, as could the Mitsubishi Galant. A 7-point race. Suggests I might be a bit OP here on power. Listen to the whine in that turbo. There is a little bit of turbo lag, it must be said. But this is an 80s car, and 80s turbos were laggy. Anyone who owned a Porsche 944 will be able to tell you that. They had very laggy engines. They were nice engines, and you could get them up to a decent pace, but they turbo lagged like crazy. I do love this course, El Capitan. Absolutely beautiful course, really good challenge. Seeing this updated in full, like 4K glory would be awesome. Even now it looks like an early PS3 title, you know, with the way the graphics are in everything else. It has a fantastic basis, and I'd love to see more done with it. If the endurance race is open, I'd like to do the Tokyo 246 endurance race, because I really enjoy that race. However, I would break it by using my Toyota GT1. Nah, I wouldn't do that, that'd be too OP. That would be taking the piss. So far, this car's managing this course really well. It's not having much in the way of lost grip. It's surprisingly nice to drive. I didn't think the ancient Skyline would go over that well, because the R32s aren't that fun to drive. The R33s are okay, but say the R34s are amazing. But this holds up very nicely. It has a good grip balance to it. I'm quite surprised. It's a welcome surprise though. You could hear the turbo lag then. Did you feel it coming out of the corner? I had my foot mashed and we weren't getting anywhere from the lag. Too fast there. Thought I'd get away with that. The grip in these tyres was just too marginal. Sports mediums, a little too slippy. Almost there. And onwards to glory we go. Very nice indeed. Ah, so it was the Sylvia K's S15. I knew one of the Sylvias would be a threat. But the Gallant is also up there too, but none of them come close to the R31 Skyline. The GTSR, look at it. Enjoy that box glory. Oh yes. There's a supercar for you people. 3,000 credits. Yeah, we're not making our money back on the mods for this car. Yeah, we're not making our money back in this event. Oh, no. I accidentally hit the circle button. That normally takes you back in menus in certain games. And that's made me go on the wrong side. So, we've done El Capitan. Now let's go to Special Stage Clubman 5. Nice. Similar max of cars. We've got an Isuzu in this one, interestingly enough. And an RX-7. That's the most likely threat, but so is that Lancer. Beautiful sound. The RX-7 sounds gorgeous. Well, you might sound gorgeous, but you're in my way, so sod off. I'm not here to listen to your car, I'm here to win a race. Yes, Japanese cars of this era had a very rudimentary design to them. The styling was quite poor. But the thing is, they drove beautifully. Speaking of which, check it out. We've got the initial D car in front of us. Someone fire up the Eurobeat Techno. It's Takumi. I'm coming after him. Yep, there it is, the AE86 Levin. Meanwhile, good evening, Avian, to see you joining the chat there. We're on a night drive, indeed we are. We are driving the R31 Skyline, and we are taking on the 80s Championship. Yeah, you had a meeting, did you? I know that feeling. Work meetings get in the way of a lot of fun, don't they? It must be said. But good evening, welcome to the stream anyway. You know, we're not in a hurry tonight. We're not rushing off. I'm not in work tomorrow, so I don't have to be dashing off too early tonight. I can take it nice and easy. Very nice skyline view there in the corner. Yes, viewing a skyline from my skyline. You're welcome for that pun, people. You can all groan in the chat together. Need to shave the wall, straighten the car and get as maximum speed as possible. 2 more laps to go. And we are 5.5 seconds clear. That's not bad. Tiny little kiss of the wall. It's fine. Get a little bit of T-Cot on the paint job. It'll be okay. So the little white kisses of the turbo are beautiful, that little that you're hearing. I say, I'm surprised at how well it's reflecting lights off the bonnet of the car, or the hood, for those of you in North America. It's low poly as anything, but it's nice they've actually got the reflections there. Considering one of the big things they're talking about with the PS5 Pro is that the game will have ray trace reflections in racing mode. I'm looking at this, I'm like, well, this had reflections in 2006. Final lap, and then we can find out what our next circuit's going to be, because we're nowhere near the point where we can win a car yet. Not bad at all. Finished 9 seconds clear at Takumi in his initial D car. We have 3,000 credits. Not bad at all. That was purely to make sure we saved our progress. That's the only reason I did that. We've had games crash. Oh, now we've got Tsukuba. At least we've only got 5 laps of it. This is one annoying race. And if you're Queen 3210, you're probably just chuckling at the little, annoying. From her Phoenix Wright playthrough. Well worth checking out if you've not seen Phoenix Wright, by the way. It's so ridiculous. In the best way possible, by the way. Oh god, it's the awful MR2 from the 1980s. The one that was designed with a ruler and a HB pencil. One of the squarest and all it is squares and triangles, that car. If they'd have had the way, I'm sure they'd have made the wheels square. And we got a classic Civic in first place. Which is actually a nice design for the Civic. I quite like it. I quite like this old style Civic. But I prefer my old Skyline more. Into the end of the second lap. Not bad. Well, there's not much commentary for this race, peeps. It's just one of those races. It's not exciting to drive, and we just got to keep on driving away. Feel like the Singapore Grand Prix this year in F1. Yeah, one more lap of one of my least favourite circuits, this one's Tsukuba. It's not a bad circuit, it's just not very exciting. But again, it's not really meant for racing, it's more designed for testing road cars and testing them to absolute destruction before putting them on the road. So it's kind of a novelty circuit in that respect. But it's cool, we're almost there. Bit too much internal corner in there, got greedy. Yes. The square and triangles car was light years faster than anything else, it seems, apart from my Skyline. I'm going to say, our luck in terms of cars has dried up for some time. We're not at the best of cars. We're overdue a decent one. But then again, we got that many good ones early on. Maybe our luck ran out. Yay, we're now open the Chamonix circuit. Good for us. Woot, I guess. So now we've got Apricot Hill, and then finally Suzuka. So 2 more circuits, and then we will have our prize car. Oh yeah. See what we get. So we got 2 of the, we got 2 of the Sprinter Terrenos in here, along with an RX-7 and the Sylvia. So we've not got the easiest grid here, actually. We've got quite a difficult grid. And we're doing it in reverse as well. Which is irritating because it has a very blind section which is very easy to go off on. So let's start by trying to get into the lead, go underneath the bridge that's got some spectators. And there we are, the forest is on fire for whatever reason. I don't know why. I always find that this is a circuit the AI goes well on. It's difficult to get away from the AI on this circuit. There's some circuits where they perform better than others, as we saw with that farcical race at Motorland, when they all kept going into the pits. But then there's other circuits where they perform very, very well, and this is one of them. Which can make winning here a bit tricky. Yeah, that's the corner there. It's so blind. The wheel tracks deceive you. The wheel tracks make it look like you turn in there and you don't. You go way beyond the apex into the dirt. It's very, very deceptive. But you think with all those lines, that's where everyone's been laying down the rubber when they've been making their turns into the corner, and it's just not true. But we're in the lead for now. Take a slightly wider line than necessary, but it's fine. Not bad at all. We are far into the lead now. We've managed to break away slightly. I still love the fluttering of the flags above the grandstand there. It's a beautiful little detail that you wouldn't normally expect to be modelled in a PlayStation 2 game, because you try and keep as much resource as possible on the foreground assets. But they went, nah, we're going to have the flags waving like they do in real circuits. And I appreciate that. It's nice attention to detail. Oh, that felt nice. But just because it felt it doesn't mean it was. Yeah, we've broken 3 now. We've broken very far ahead. This is good. Again, it's not often you do that on this circuit, so I'm not complaining. The next one's going to be the real challenge, depending on what layout of Suzuka it is. If it's the East course, it might be okay. But if it's the full circuit, then the AI could be a problem, but we will see. And for the line. Yes, when was the last time that Seiko was ever the official timer for motorsport? Nowadays it's all like Rolex and everybody else. And Tag. So we have one more event, and then we can find out what we've won, people. Our 1987 shed, what's it going to get us? What's our 87 Wreckmobile going to have earned us? First, we've got 2 laps of Suzuka, so that tells me it's going to be the full circuit. And it is. We're going all the way, people. Nowhere near as lightning a start as when we were on here in the NSX. But now we're deep in the slipstream and ready to attack. Oh, beautifully done until we go off the circuit and he's done me back. Great racing. That was good. I like that. That was awesome. It was one of those moves. I'm like, I'm through. I'm off. Drag racing down to Degner 1. Not the safest place to do it. Beautiful. That's more like it. That's proper racing. And we are up the inside. But this MR2 is all over our gearbox. It will not let us go. I did say that this circuit could be a nuisance if it was the full one. I had a feeling the AI would be suddenly massively on point, because they always are here. It was like the devs knew it was their new circuit and they had to make it look good. They had to make it feel like an absolute classic. And to be fair, it has given us some classic races in the past, like the legendary 2005 F1 race. 5 seconds to the good. The tyres were squealing a bit, then you heard the engine revving quite badly. But it's fine because we are deep into the lap, and it looks like, unless we make a mistake, we're on to victory, which is what we need. Because I need to know what the randomizer is going to throw at me for this car. What random car will I possibly win? You have completed 100%. You win the Mercedes-Benz Patent Motorwagen 1886. And as I made that joke, I went off the circuit. So let's talk about making mistakes. There's your proof, people. We're almost there. Here we go. And how far behind us did that? Look at all those Toyotas. Second, third and fourth. 10 seconds behind. Not bad. So 5 seconds a lot quicker on average. That's pretty fast in terms of sport. And indeed, yes, we've got the smiling yellow trophy. So the question is, what's our prize going to be? Let's find out. It's time to roll the dice, people. Are we getting a shitbox? Are we getting a classic? Let's find out. It is a... not bad, actually. A 1980s Toyota Celica. Nice. That's actually not a bad car at all. Oh. Wait, what? 2? Oh, we got the Acura NSX 91. Oh, well, that was our 25% completion award. We've got ourselves the Acura NSX 91. Because the game likes giving me Hondas. I've had about 3 Honda Civics, and now I've got about 4 or 5 NSXs. But that also means we now have access to one of the endurance races. We got 25.1% completion. So I actually would like to take on... I'm going to take on this one, I think, but I need to change my car first. Because it's... it was either DTM cars or JDM GT cars. So the question is, do I have one that's suitable? Because I might not have a car that matches. I mean, possibly with Opel Calibra touring car, that's one. That'd work. Nothing immediately obvious there. Ah, here we go. The Castrol Tom Supra. Complete with the doggos on the side. So, Avian, we're going to drive this car for you. We'll have the doggos. Check them out on the door, next to number 36. We have cute cartoon doggos. But first, let's give it an oil change. It is a beautiful livery, isn't it? It is really, really nice, Joe. You're not wrong. It also makes me wonder... Oh, no, there's no... Oddly enough, there's no... One could be Pepper. I suppose you're right, actually, Avian. Yes. Right, let's do a few more minor changes. First thing I'm going to need is a pair of super hard tyres. I'm going to need a set of those. A set of racing super hards. And then we're going to do some minor tweaks to the car. What can we do? Can't put an NA tuning in it. We can give it a stage 3 turbo. Oh, geez, 700 horsepower. Wow. That'll do. I don't need to do anything else to this car, I don't think. I'll be surprised if there's anything else I can do to it, to be honest. Yeah, it's come through with the gearbox already in place. I'm guessing the suspension is already there. Surely we can't reduce its weight anymore. No, we can't. We can increase the rigidity, that's all we can do. Well, we'll check that out in a moment. We can check that out in the settings, actually. That's a good shout, that. Thank you very much. Let's go to the Tokyo 246. Yep, so it's German touring cars and JGTC machines. It's a 60-lap endurance race. This is going to be a long one, people, because I don't need to go to the office tomorrow. I don't even need to work from home tomorrow. So I want to do this race because it's one of my favourites. Well, let's quickly check the downforce settings. Yeah, we got the super hard tyres on, and then downforce. You're quite correct. It is towards the lower downforce setting. How bizarre. Meanwhile, transmission-wise, yeah, that's probably okay actually, because there's some decent straights on here. So we don't want it too long and we don't want it too short. And it's thinking about it. Yay! There we go, brilliant. So we've got the Calsonic Skyline, the BMW M3 GTR, the Mercedes CLK touring car, the Mazda RX concept, and the Opel Calibra touring car. So we have an even split. We have 3 DTM machines and 3 JGTC classics. Let's go. And we've got a 1-point race. Wow, that suggests I'm going to be very powerful. And you can actually see the doggos all the way, Avian. Check them out on the bonnet. You can actually see the doggos. Oh, what a sound! I do not want to talk over that. Don't say I don't give you anything, people. That sounds amazing. Oh my God. This drives like a dream. I don't want to talk over that. I just want to sit back and enjoy it. Who needs in-game music when you have that? God, this feels amazing to drive. This is a car and a half. This has phenomenal grip. When I last did this endurance race live in the Mercedes-Benz E190, I was having to really be tepid in the way I drove it. This car, it feels just absolutely planted. I'm in total control. I say as I nearly drift and spin out because I apply too much power in the middle of the chicane king. But other than that one minor section there, this feels beautiful to drive. And thanks to the viewpoint, you're getting to see even more of the car. Yeah, we're on for an absolute beastly time here, people. We're in the low 33s. I don't remember getting anywhere near that last time I did this race. I think the best I did was like a 137. So even if we are finding ourselves pitting more, it doesn't matter. As long as we can get to lap 15, we're over the hills and far away. If we can get any further than that, that'll be even better, but I don't think we will be. The good thing is that Beamer and that Mercedes are in a proper hammer and tongs duel, so that's just going to allow me to pull away. Go full Max Verstappen simulator. Well, maybe not Max Verstappen this season, eh, people? Too soon? Look at that gap already that we've opened up, people. This car is in a different league. 131. Holy hell. That is fast. And again, I just have the confidence to drive. This is super hard tyres. And I'm not sliding. I'm not slipping or sliding. The car is just absolutely nailed to the floor. This is insane. This is a beautiful machine. Now the Mazda RX-8 has taken over the lead. That's interesting. So there's like a massive scrap behind me, and I'm just gone. And I say the best thing about endurance racing is that you really have to think and concentrate and try and get yourself into a rhythm, because that's what's really important. It's about being smooth, consistent and controlled. Like Fernando Alonso likens driving an F1 car at a moment to being an airline pilot, where you're having to constantly get your laps in a certain period, in a certain window and certain speeds. And there's a lot to learn from that, because you can find yourself just being more consistent. And we've now got ourselves into the low 130s, so our speed is just at a whole exponentially more powerful level. And it's at the point where it doesn't even matter if I need to pit an extra 2 times. I've got the pace to more than make the sound, more than make up the time. See the confidence I have to just go into a corner. And I'm able to trust that the car will mostly do what I want it to do. This is a machine and a half. I'm so glad that I chose to go for this instead of gambling on the Calibra touring car. This feels way more on it. And again, that sound. It's just sublime. So yes, Avian, the power of the doggos is carrying me forward, it would seem. And the engine has real bark. I knew that I'd get you all giddy in the comments. Dogs for the win. That's like, I'm not seeing a kitty livery, it's a real wolf power. Oh, look who's in last place. The Toyota Calibra. Already lapped after 10% distance. That should worry the Opel team. They should be worried by that. Meanwhile, that's a disappointing position for the Calsonic Skyline. I do like the endurance races. I've always enjoyed having to like focus on a long lap and getting on with them. Of course, that doesn't yet mean that I'm going to do the Mille Miglia. I will at some point do that. I've got my trusty AC Cobra, which will be more than enough for that one. Thing is, if I was going to do the 1,000 miles, that could be a proper endurance stream. Do the 1,000 miles coast to coast in one stream. That would be one hellacious effort. It would take about 8 to 12 hours, I reckon. It'd be interesting though. Simple whoa, yes, whoa. It'd be like every race would be a break, basically, to be able to go and get some food or something, and then carry on. I mean, after all, I did do the 24-hour stream for Crisis Core from start to finish. The now lost media, sadly, because YouTube didn't record it. So unless there's one of these random swishbone mirror sites somewhere, that footage is long lost. Which is a real shame because it was such a good stream to do. I mean, technically it wasn't even 24 hours. It was 24 and a quarter hours. We went into overtime because we completed the game. I've got to say the tyres are still looking pretty good. We're only on lap 8 and they're not looking bad at all. These tyres are holding up nicely. The pace is still in the 31s, so I'm not under any immediate threat, so I don't see any reason to stop my car anymore. I might as well keep going. Yep, there's the BMW entry. Even lapping the traffic, our pace is still good. That's very true, yes, the M3 was a massive Porsche threat. Although back in the day, the Vauxhall Lotus Carlton was a massive Porsche killer. It could easily outpace the M3, the Porsche 911, the Mercedes CLK, and was only just, keyword just, slower than a Ferrari Testarossa. Seriously, the Vauxhall Lotus Carlton was one of the most insane cars ever made. It was mental. Vauxhall said, look, we want to have a super saloon. We've no idea how to do it. Say, Lotus, can you do anything with this car? Lotus, challenge accepted. A little bit of frame chopping here. Oh, this is the worst possible place to catch traffic. There's no way through here, but there is up over the hill. So long as it doesn't put you into the wall, that is. I agree with you there, Joe. Yeah, it definitely was a sleeper. Didn't help that there was petitions to ban the car, to say it was just far too dangerous and being used by criminals, which it was. To the point that one set of Ram Raiders smashed into an off-licence literally about 100 yards from a police station and got away with 20 grand's worth of contraband. It was like the Matador meme, no one would ever dare to rob a burglar alarm factory. They did it years ago. Yeah, the tyres are yellowing, but we're not in the worst case scenario yet, so I'm not rushing into the pits. Meanwhile, good evening, XTL. Just seen you jump into the chat there. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You catch me driving a car that's got a pair of doggos on the bonnet, and we are absolutely dominating. At the moment, this car is a lot of fun to drive. How are you doing? Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. So I'm doing fantastic. I finished work for a week today and I'm looking forward to the weekend when I will be hitting Play Expo Blackpool. That's going to be a lot of fun. Gaming weekend, cosplay, going to be brilliant fun. Really looking forward to it. Rumours are the weather's going to be decent as well, fingers crossed. So it should be a good laugh. So what have you been up to? You've been doing much so far, XTL, or taking it nice and easy? And I will be sharing plenty of photos on my old Instagram, so there'll be definitely things going up there. Lots of things that I'll be able to get up to. I keep randomly getting recommended footage from last year, and there is one footage where I'm in it on stage in costume, having won a game. Yes, someone has footage of me actually winning something. Ah, you're prepping cosplay for MCM and EGX. Fantastic. I'd say I'd love to go back to EGX, but ever since they moved it back down south, it's been far too awkward. I liked it when it was in Birmingham, because like everyone got the chance to meet up. It's not the same now that it's down in London. I'd love them to bring it back north. But what are your cos plans for those events, Axetail? Ooh, a little bit of a drift there. Managed to keep it, managed to hold it, just about hold it. I think also, to be fair, the timing's also always been a bit weird outside of Birmingham. I don't know why. I don't know the character, but I know plenty of characters from that game, so that's pretty awesome. As I say, one of my mates does D-Luke from that game. Another mate of mine does Garnu, and I know another one who does Yoimiya, so there's quite a few. Kujo Sara's another one that I've seen done by a couple of my friends. Not a game I ever really got into, Genshin Impact, to be honest. I never really got into it. And you got HataruCon, nice. I'm not even sure where that is, but look forward to that. Enjoy it is my advice. Should be a belter. So I won't be, after Play Expo, I won't be doing any cons until a relatively small one in May next year. Nowhere special. Not somewhere that I really enjoyed the last 2 years and met major voice actors at. Nah, nowhere like that. Really sleepy place. Oh well, something's going on in Milton Keynes, that's a first. I thought Milton Keynes had literally roundabouts and that's about it. No, there's actually something going on in Milton Keynes. And now everyone from the south is getting ready to come after me, which is fully deserved. Absolutely, Avian. Yeah, definitely nothing going on at the end of May. Nah, nothing at all. Nothing to get excited about. It's coming to this third year though, Exetel. That's pretty awesome. Is it like mostly, with the name like HataruCon, it tells me it's mostly like anime and Japanese culture created. I've heard about that about Kokorocon. Yes, go Crush 40. Legends. Live and learn. So I'm looking forward to SonicCon again next year in Newcastle. That's always a good anime-themed event, 3 days. I've actually got an idea for a panel that I want to do for that event, but they've not yet advertised the ability to go for panels. But if I do the panel in question, I'm going to do all I can to record it, because it could be a lot of fun. Interestingly, it's a con that came from an accident at a convention I was at this year. And I was like, there's an idea in this, I'm going to do it. It'd be awesome if you came to SonicCon. If you are, just let me know. I'm there pretty much every year, so it'd be awesome to meet up. Really good vibe event, very nice and chill, very open. Panel on Ghost Stories is awesome, and it's interesting you mentioned the worst dubbing in video games. That does relate to the panel idea I've got. Basically, the idea for the panel is one called Your Tribute to Bad Video Game Voice Acting. And it's literally an open mic where people can come and celebrate the worst ever voice acting in games by sharing their memories of how they sounded. This year, myself and Queen 3210 were at a panel which was designed around bad video game voice acting. And due to technical issues, the clips they had couldn't play, so they just got the audience doing them. And it was one of the most entertaining panels I've ever been to. It was brilliant. I of course didn't get up there and do any examples. Oh, no. I was well behaved and made sure everybody else got a turn. I'm definitely not lying. Meanwhile, I think I'm going to have to box on this lap because that rear left tyre is going to go. So I'm not going to chance it. I'm that far ahead. I'm better off making sure I stop. Plus, surprisingly, I've gone through a lot of fuel. This car's quite thirsty, it would seem. It has got 700 horsepower, so it can't exactly be the greatest fuel miser in the world. Tail, that sounds fantastic. Simming over the game villains and why? Well, I mean, there's so many great villains out there that you have to love. Me like Albert Wesker, Junko Nishima. There's so many legends out there, isn't there? So I'm hoping that next year there's one villain cosplay I want to do, but to do it, I'm gonna need to find a costume that fits, which I've so far not seen done in my size, and then I'm gonna have to master body paint it for it. But if I do it, it's a villain cosplay that I've not seen done before that would be kind of interesting. Say, well, Wesker's a real favourite. He's a total utter arsehole, but everyone loves him. I think it's because he's the epitome of all the bad guy tropes. Wears shades at night and everything else. Nico from Dead or Alive. That's an interesting one. I'd have to see if that's even possible. It'd be different. No one's done that before. It's a cool idea, actually. Speaking of Dead or Alive, though, Exitail, have you heard they're doing a new Dead or Alive spin-off game, and it's going to be region-locked so that Europe and America don't get it? I think it's one of the extreme games, so it's not one of the fighting games, but they're actually region-locking it on Steam, so you can't play it outside of Asia. I saw it turn up on my Twitter feed the other day, and I'm just like, really? They don't want to make money? Why? Yes, you need NordVPN and all that stuff. Yes, so I can spend time with my waifu Kasumi. No judging. One of my mates once posted a picture of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Boy, he's trying to find excuses to play this game, and I'm just like, you leave my waifu Kasumi alone. Ayane is actually awesome, I must admit. I do like Ayane. Again, shit, another villain character in a way. So one of my favourite things to do in Dead or Alive, though, is in Dead or Alive 5, beating people as Honoka, purely because of the way she's like, I'm so sorry, can you stand up? It's like the ultimate humiliation. You get beaten up by a schoolgirl, and she's like, can you stand up? It's like rubbing the biggest amount of salt into the wound. I tell you what, that could be kind of interesting, actually. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball with the guys. Imagine Jan Lee doing one of his spikes using one of his, like, spinning back fist moves. Or Ayn. Yeah, it could actually be really interesting. And of course, Zack would wear the most ridiculous beach get-up in the world, so that'd be worth seeing alone. That'd be worth paying money for. Seeing what kind of eccentric, crazy Dennis Rodman get-up he wears. Exactly, yeah, flying kick of volleyball. That actually does sound really funny. Koi Tecmo, reach out to Exetel. You're onto a winner there. Have Tengu using his own wind to deflect the ball coming back to him to keep it in play. There's all kinds of things you could do. Yeah, that's true. Hayabusa would. He dropped the ball straight away. No messing around. I've actually no idea how far in the lead I am here. I don't know if I'm still a lap ahead or not. All I know is this car is absolutely dominant. And of course you got the real kicker, Bass in Beach Get Up. Who doesn't want to see the Hulk Hogan clone dressed in biker beach clothes? There's a vision that most of you don't remember. I can understand why it might scare you, but at the same time I kind of want to see it. That's the scary thing. It's one of those, it's like, I'm terrified to see what the results are, but I really have to know. It's one of those. It's the existential question you don't want to be answered, yet at the same time you secretly do. I mean, Bayman would just turn up in his snorkeling gear, wouldn't he? He'd be sorted. I can imagine him actually appearing from the sea to start a game. He'd be like, you only get this booty by eating meat. That's the kind of thing Bass would say, wouldn't it? You know, everybody else is just like running for cover at this point. I don't blame you. I really don't. Yeah, that's pretty true, I can tell. He'd be like, where's my drink? Pretty much. Or he'd be the one who staggers and somehow defends the ball with his face. So unfortunately, someone's trying to reach me, I think, but I'll give it a few more. If it happens like that, next pit stop, I'll check it out. Hopefully it's nothing urgent. Oh, bit of understeer then. It's unusual. I just had the reach to reach my left hand, left thumb stick using my right thumb then. I thought I'd just have enough room to get around the outside of the pair of them, but I just ran out of grip, which is annoying. What are you doing? This isn't Need for Speed. Stop trying to run me off the road. How dare you? Get back to Most Wanted if you want to do that kind of driving, you pilot. Fuck off. Get off my circuit. Yeah, that lapping of traffic has cost me time, but no big deal. Oh, go on. I'm interested, Exeter. What have you got? I wouldn't be surprised if someone's already done that, but maybe I'll have to see if that's possible. I'm not sure if I'm planning to do anything from that franchise for a while because, well, I need to make a few physiological changes before I can even consider that, to be honest. But it's not a bad idea. It's an interesting one. Of course, there's only one person who can dance to Specialist, and that's the Chad himself. No one else can do that dance. Apart from maybe his voice actor, Johnny Young Bosch. I'd pay money to see that, actually. Yeah, epic Chad. The biggest Chad of them all. That was an interesting racing line. It wasn't very fast, but it was interesting. I'll tell you what, there are so many side-by-side videos of it online. You can find them quite easily. So the dance is quite... it's kind of weird. The moves shouldn't be cool, but yet they are. That's the strange thing. The moves should not be cool, yet there's something about the character's look and the shades and everything else that just makes it cool. It's one of those. It's like it's almost like awkward dancing, except it's not awkward. It's somehow Chad. Yeah, I know that feeling, Exeter. Every time I cosplay Love Live, I keep thinking about the dances I need to learn. In fact, I still remember that interesting scenario that happened at Anime North this year. On the first day I was cosplaying Chica from Love Live. And at the end of the day, me and my mates were walking out of the convention and suddenly this woman appeared. She's like, "Can I get a picture with you?" And then literally her entire family got a photo with me. It was the weirdest experience I've had in years. I was like, where are they all coming from? Why? How? What? Yes, definitely that Exeter. That is definitely the energy that he gives every time he does the Specialist dance. But yes, you're laughing now. I was just completely bewildered. My mates were wetting themselves, which is perfectly the right reaction to make, to be honest. It was confusing. We just stand there wondering what the hell's going on. Oh dear. Well, that went wrong. I knew halfway through the turn, I'm like, I'm not making that corner. That's a hard dance, actually, the shocking party one. That's a really tough one. If you learn that, mad respect. It's not easy to learn that one at all. Which is interesting because it's one of the sub-unit dances, but it's not easy. Oh, that cost me loads of time. It cost me about 8 seconds. Yes, absolutely, Excel. That's the energy to have. Mad respect for that. So Vocaloid dances are unusual, to say the least. So I do quite like the Vocaloid stuff, though, I must admit. I find it fascinating how many Mikus you see at anime cons. That's always the funniest part. You got an anime con, you're tripping over Miku cosplays, your Forger cosplays, Todoroki cosplays, Genshin Impact cosplays, and then you get people like me in the back corner doing Final Fantasy and the Resident Evil ones to throw people off the sand. Oof. Yeah, better you than me with those two dancers, Axel Dame. Yeah, not for me, thank you. I value my ankles too much. Oh yeah, my elbows as well, you're not wrong, way too many hand gestures. That's very Japanese. A lot of Japanese idol dances involve a lot of use of the hands because it's seen as cute. And that's the reason why they do a lot of it, especially under the chin and on the side of the head. There's a lot of that. Not too far away from half distance, and our time is good. We're in a good position so far for time. It's possible we can finish, if we do well, within an hour and a half, which is a good distance for a race. Yeah, that's it, exactly that. So I know it because I'm a huge fan of the idol culture. I was active in the idol scene, actually, in Japan between like 2008 to 2016. I've kind of left the community because a lot of the groups have fallen down of late, not to my taste. But there's a lot of that. There's a lot of things to do with like cutesy looks, and it's just like part of the culture. They do a lot of the, especially underneath the chin. That's very, very common. And say sometimes you see there's a lot of use of the peace sign as well. Although my favourite thing in the world is when they get it wrong and they actually do the peace sign backwards and they don't realise they're telling everyone to fuck off. I've actually got a statue of Chica from Love Live in a black and white dress doing that. It's almost like she's representing the chaos alignment in an RPG. By sticking two fingers up at the world, it's brilliant. You always see them do things like this, and they don't realise they're telling everyone to fuck off. Don't let that stop you, Axetail. Some of the more famous, some of the more well-noted international idols have actually gone in knowing almost nothing, and it's actually been seen as cute in the way they try to learn it. So, as I say, I mean, I don't know all the nuances of getting into it, but I do know that my international idols can gain some traction. I mean, after all, look at stuff like Ladybird and all that kind of stuff. As long as you've got a decent gimmick and you've got your own hook, you'll stand out. And I say, if you say you can't speak or sing Japanese, the best thing you can do is, I've said this a few times, pick up the books Genki. Give me a sec. Let me drift wide for a moment. That's how they're spelled. Those two books, if you pick up those and learn most of the lessons, you'll be pretty much conversational Japanese. Oh, bless Avian. Anyone who's heard me sing, you definitely know that's not the case. I definitely can't sing. I mean, if I sing, I'm a baritone. So it's that kind of thing. In fact, the only thing I could possibly sing is the Great Mighty Pooh song from Conker's Bad Fur Day. So if anyone wonders why I find it so hard to do voices for the likes of Estelle in my playthrough of Trials in the Sky, it's because I'm baritone. So doing any of the higher, sharper voices is a challenge for me. Well, I will say this, Axetail, from my time active in the idol fandom, a lot of idols were actually very poor on vocals, and often it was their, struggles to get better and improve that gained them fans, because the fans wanted to see them grow and learn. So the actually really strong vocal idols aren't common. The likes of Tanaka Reina, likes of Takahashi Ai, likes of Kiko Yu, they're outliers. Normally they don't really have the best vocal performances. If you want proof of that, go and look up any of the songs from Kirarin Revolution, sung by Kusumi Kaharu. Her voice is terrible on most of them, really bad. Oh, that's cool. You managed to spring some Japanese from the Fire Emblem soundtrack. That's awesome. Voice cracking, well, I've got no judgment here. Again, anyone who's heard me sing will know full well. I think I once did the Great Mighty Pooh song on stream and it sounded awful. But to be fair, I was singing about Pooh, so it makes sense for it to sound shit. Time for a second pit stop. My fuel's low and my tyres are worn. Right, need at least 55 units of fuel, so I'm going to go up to 60, I think. That's awesome, Axetail. If like doing a choreographer style panel is brilliant. That's really cool. A lot of people would appreciate that. Because again, it's a lot of it's down to not only learning the dances, but it's also learning about how to utilize stage space. I mean, that's one thing that you don't find taught very often, is about knowing how to use space on stage. So that's the really kind of thing that I would recommend in terms of that. I used to be a stage actor briefly when I was at university, and one of the things I was taught was that you have to not only project your voice when you're speaking, but you have to know how to use space, because if you're quite rigid on the stage and you're in one area, then your entire performance is seen as stiff. So it's why you see, if you go and look at the greatest performers of all time, you know, the likes of Freddie Mercury, the likes of Bruce Dickinson, they're all over the stage for a reason, because they're keeping the show animated no matter what it's about. So in dance terms, you'd be wanting to like recommend how people use pirouettes to go from, say, stage left to center stage and all that kind of situation. And of course, if they're in a group, that's where you learn about the positioning of the group to utilize the stage. Because if you have a group of, say, 5 people, but one person's always way off stage left and another's always way off stage right, it throws out balance of the show, because the audience will naturally tunnel vision towards the middle. So being able to switch positions is important, not only because it mixes the colours up at the stage and uses the lights better, but it means that every performer is shown where they are on stage. Being loose is one of the greatest pieces of advice you can have for any kind of physical exertion. Whether it's sports, whether it's playing music, whether it's dancing, even doing stage comedy or talking into a microphone. By being loose, what you allow your body to do is utilize all its motions, and that's often where you get your best performances from, because your body is naturally in the flow. Like Stuart Copeland of The Police recommended that anyone who wants to play drums fast, you need to be very, very loose, and you need to be very fluid, because your body will use that much energy. If you keep it tight, you're actually going to make it much more difficult to do, because your body's not able to get into a flow. And I really recommend that. There's some truth in that, Avian, actually, yeah. I used to do martial arts, and when we did break falling, we would have to trust that our body, as long as we got our position right when we hit the mats, would absorb the energy. Obviously, I can't demonstrate that here, but if you ever watch anything like Sharingan Jiu-Jitsu, and you see them throwing each other around on the mats, a lot of it is because they're learning where to put their body to channel the energy and dissipate it, much like people who do parkour do. It's the same kind of thing. It's all about positioning, and being loose helps with that, because if you're loose, you've got more spread. You think about it like a tyre. If a tyre has got low pressures, it means there's more of the rubber in contact with the road, whereas if it's got very high pressures, it gets very stiff, and there's less contact with the road, which means that it wears in a different way. It's the same kind of thing. Now, having the confidence to just cover a mess up is really important. I've done it in acting. When you've flubbed a line or you've come into scene too early, you just have to go with it and find a way to make it work. And that's sometimes the best ways to make it happen. I remember years ago, I was part of a small wrestling federation in the North Manchester, and it was all female wrestlers. But what they did was they had like a classic dude on the microphone, and I played kind of like a colour commentator, but it was for a live audience. So the idea was we'd get the faces cheered and the heels booed. And there was one match where one of the wrestlers screwed up. And basically it was meant to be a 5-4 victory. And what they were in the lead, they were 5-4 in front, and they put on a submission hold, grabbed hold of the ropes, and the ref was doing the usual thing, counting to do these kind of things, and they wouldn't let go of the rope. So the ref disqualified her, and the match ended as a 5-all draw. At this point, she started absolutely cussing the ref out, saying he was incompetent, that he didn't know what he was doing and everything else, and it was getting quite awkward. And I just suddenly chimed in from the heel announcer position. I went, "What are you moaning about? He counted to 5, you got disqualified. Now get to the dressing room." Like an absolute arrogant prick. I got boos from the audience for it, and then she immediately was like, "I'd love to see you get on the end of one of my ropes next time," and then stormed through the back door and the crowd cheered her off. I found out later that she was trying to give me jip backstage, and one of the organisers heard about it and she went, "Actually, you owe him a massive apology. He's just got all your heat back. Without that, you'd have been screwed." Sometimes it's about knowing when you've messed up and admitting it, rather than trying to get defensive and turn it to something else, because that just makes you look bad and ruins the show for everybody else. So top tip from me is, if you make a mistake, don't try and hide it, try and use it. Nail on the head there, Exetel. Yeah, you don't learn by getting it right every time. You have to make mistakes, even if they're minor mistakes that don't really mean anything. It's where you get it going. It's like when I first tried making my some of my props. Some of the things I've done are ridiculous, but I've made them work, and I've jury-rigged things around to now make them fit my character perfectly well. And it's the same when you're performing. You know, it's like you learn where the lines are. And once you know where you can put your toe over the line without crossing it, that's when you can make your show really go to the next level. Same with writing. You know, looking back over my the novel I published myself, there's so many mistakes in it I'd love to fix, but I say to myself, no, it's finished. Leave it as it is, know where your mistakes were, and next time you write something, don't do it again. Preach. Absolutely preach. All about having fun. And knowing how to deal with hecklers as well. Like that time when I was cosplaying Amy from Sonic Adventure on the train, and some guy was like, "Are you fucking gay?" And I just replied with, "Don't worry, you're not my type." I enjoyed the silence that followed that, and then the laughter from everybody else. It was the best way to show him up. Great minds think alike in the chat. Thank you. As for dancing in heels, I once tried walking in heels. There were two problems with it. One, I was something like 6'7", and two, my ankles. Holy shit, I've never been in more pain with my ankles in my life. I've done the same thing, Avian. Oh, the amount of clumsy things I've done is ridiculous. And again, it's just dealing with it and coping with it. It's not fun. No one likes tripping over and hurting themselves. Hell, when I broke my arm back in 2020, classic example. Oh, well, isn't that what friends always do, Avian? Laugh at their friends' misfortune, or is that just me being chaotic? Speaking of all that, this use of footwear and everything else, there's one cosplay I would absolutely love to do, but it's not going to be possible because I need to master stilts and make stilts that go inside boots. Now you're probably thinking, what on earth would I want to cosplay that would need boots in stilts? Well, the answer is I'd love to do Gigantic Alice from Alice Madness Returns. When she goes into kaiju mode, I would love to do that at a con one day. But as I say, I mean mastering stilts. And also learning how to cope walking around at like 9 foot tall and coping with doors and everything else. It'll be a gigantic PITA. But it'll be bloody fun. Ballet is something I have huge respect for. I've seen it done and I always just think, how? How do you keep your balance? How do you not feel pain? It's like, it's mental. A massive respect for anyone who dances ballet. Yeah, it's taking all my coordination to do this race and stream it at the same time. That's multitasking to the extreme for me. Yeah, exactly. The flexibility is insane. Like when they do that pose where they stand on one foot and pretty much do the standing splits and then turn the leg back on themselves, it's like, how many bones did your body like learn to just like triple flip, to be able to do that? It's mental. Will you stop trying to ram me off the road, Mr. NFS Most Wanted reject? Stop crashing into my car. Oh yeah, the lifts. I mean, you must have insane upper body strength for that. Especially when they do the actual flying position of them with them as well. It's just like, the amount of trust between the partners is insane, and it's amazing. It really is. Because not only have you got to have the strength to actually lift them, but you've got to have the strength to hold the position smooth, and that is not easy. Wow, that sounds incredible, Exeter. That's a performance and a half. Barbie Swan Lake, that's insane. Don't mention figure skating to me, Avian. The last time I tried skating, I'm pretty sure I almost cut my own arm off when I fell to the ice. It's like I can ice skate for maybe a yard and then I fall flat on my face. Well, I can actually do it. I actually do get the I do actually get it. I think every form of dance, if you know how to do it, it takes immense talent and, like, as you say, strength. I don't know where to find it either, Axetail, but it's still amazing that they can do it. Well, I suppose they think the same of people who can do long-distance running or, you know, do high-speed driving. I suppose it's the same thing. Everyone has a talent of their own somewhere, and it's just having that dedication to stick with it. I don't know what you mean by picks on ice skates, Avian, but it don't sound pleasant wherever they are. I mean, it's like people probably think my ability to shit talk for hours is some kind of talent. It isn't, but I'll take it if anyone wants to give me the plaudits. And if you don't, that's fine. Right, ooh, yeah, well, I wouldn't want skates with sharpened spikes. No. I would not like that at all. No thanks. Keep me away from the bladed object, is my advice. Don't let me near it. I say that this weekend I'm not going to be carrying any bladed objects, but I am going to be carrying guns, so I've got to be careful. I'm doing Leon Nar on the Saturday at Play Expo. And then on Sunday I'm going to do Chico again. Annoy all the retro gamers by representing an anime rhythm game at their hardcore gaming event. I'll annoy them all. So I'm really enjoying driving this car. It's amazing how much time's passed in it. It just doesn't feel like I've been driving for as long as I have. It's just a beautiful car to drive. Let's say it absolutely eats up this circuit. This circuit, to be fair, is one of the more forgiving. It's not the hardest circuits to do, but it's still... When you do a race as long as this, it's very easy to make some critical mistakes. And as your tyres start to wear, braking becomes more dangerous. You start to snake more, and that can make getting your braking distances right very tricky. But yes, this is a super endurance race. It's going to take about an hour and a half, and we're going to win the Ford Model T Tourer from 1915 or something like that. And for those new to this series, basically we've got a mod on called Randomiser, and the prize cars are random. So we might get something that's game breaking very early, or something truly terrible late on. No worries, Exeter. You have a good night. It's been good to see you. You take care of yourself and enjoy the rest of your preps for MCM and for EGX. And you have a good night too. Take it nice and easy. Oh, I will. I'll have a great time. Thank you. Oh, you're in the office tomorrow, are you, Avian? No, that's not fun. I mean, I'm out of the office now till next week, but I was in yesterday, and obviously last week I was in the central office for 2 days in a row. So I know the pain of having to go all the way into the office. It's annoying, shall we say? You on a long shift? Hopefully this will be our third and final stop. Yeah, I need to get to around about 55 to 60 litres of fuel in here, just to make absolutely sure. Fingers crossed that was our final stop and we won't need to stop again. But let's say we are way ahead in terms of pace, because I don't remember getting anywhere near the low 130s when I did this in the Mercedes. So we are a lot faster. Nah, I know that feeling, Avian. Yeah, definitely. It's like oddly enough, it's like when I go into the office, I like it if I have to have meetings organised and everything else. I get it for that, or training sessions. But a lot of the other times, I'm there with my earphones in because I have to try and silence the noise. So actually, I'm less productive at home, in the office, than I am at home. And it's a common feedback that I've seen from a lot of people. People find that going to the office is more of a distraction. And it's like the balance of the hybrid world, I find, makes it better. Ah, so you're like me then, Avian. Yeah, when you get like severe background noise, it does you nothing. And you're trying desperately hard to focus on your job, and you find yourself thinking, why am I here? What value am I getting from this? That's the question I have to ask myself. I'm now with like a 24-hour Love Life playlist on while my colleagues are talking about sports or something. It's just like, I just want to get my job done. And don't get me wrong, I do like the office that I'm at. It's good, it's a great office, but there are times where I think I can get better value working from home. Yeah, staying awake. That's a problem I find in my meetings. It can be quite challenging sometimes to not give off any clues that you're really not interested. Yeah, I do everything I can to kind of like conceal it. I'm kind of like shutting my lips, but feeling the yawn behind my lips to try and hide it. It's very, very challenging, I must admit. It's very, very difficult. Especially when management are in, you've really got to disguise yourself then, don't you? You're not wrong. That's one way to end an unproductive meeting, Avian. Drop the bomb and watch everyone clear out. I like it. But yeah, I can imagine they were embarrassed, but even so, it's a great little term. I like it. We're not too far away from the final 10 laps. This is great. And after this, we can go and do another tournament somewhere. Not another endurance race. We won't do that. Yeah, lap the Opel Calibra for the whatever time. I'm not sure how many times I've done it now. Oh, someone's in the pits, not sure who it is. Can't see over the wall either, so just have to leave them be. Yes, we're getting there slowly, people, and then we can see what we've won. The power of the doggos have carried us forward in this race. The doggos have been cheering us on from the bonnet. You can see them right there. Well, too early turning there. I clipped the wall, but I got away with it. Didn't lose too much in the way of momentum. Wasn't perfect, but that's fine. Doesn't need to be at this point in the race. We're that far ahead now. We can pretty much settle down for the night shift. Yes, that's a problem. That's why I always get a really early train and get into the office early. For that reason, because having a good spot, you often find that offices nowadays, they've been designed so there's not enough desks for the people on the mental hot desk because of the remote hybrid working mentality. So I know what you mean on that front. You know, you can come in and literally all the decent tables, seats, monitors, you know, all that kind of stuff. Oh, hotel desk, that sounds horrible. You don't want that. So it's divided into 2 days, and as a result of that there's not enough room. That I can comprehend. It's not ideal at all. Your way would be more economical for the company, Avian, for sure. Unless they're holding client meetings, it sounds way more economical. So you're not customer facing, I get it, that's fine. And I know what you mean, it's not fun travelling in a rush hour on the public transport. I know that feeling all too well. As I say, it's very much a case of what's the benefit of forcing people in? And for certain lines of business, there is a benefit. Don't get me wrong. But then there's others where you think we've proven that we don't need this. We've proven we can make things work. The thing is, Avian, much like any job, you learn to adapt to your surroundings to survive. You know, you learn a lot of the things to say and the coping mechanisms for it. So I can relate to how it was. I've done retail myself, and you know, it's like it's a real challenge about it. It's like working in a call centre. You know, the people ringing up for to complain about a policy or whatever. Most of the time, they're not trying to get at you. You're the recipient representing the company, and it's that sense of just learning to distance yourself. It doesn't come easily in hell. There are times where the kettle boils over. Don't get me wrong, but in general, that's the way most of us dealt with it. We took the approach of they don't know me, they're not being personal to me. What I need to do is not be personal back, make it clear that I'm being the professional here. Yeah, exactly that, Avian. And I think that's the difference. Like, I know a lot of people who work in retail and bars who don't understand how I can do it in offices. You know, because of the people trying to find a way to advance and everything else. And the way I see it is like we've all got the same destination. So some people will take a smooth ride to get there, some people will run for feathers. And you just have to accept it goes with the turf. Yeah, no worries, Amy, you gotta go. Absolutely fine. You take it nice and smooth. Take it nice and easy. Enjoy your evening. Making dinner, yes. Well, I'm sure I'll have an absolute blast, so thank you very much. Enjoy whatever it is you're going to be chowing down on. Just 4 more laps. That's all we've got, people, and then the race ends. And we can roll the dice and see what we're going to get. Having battled for around about an hour and 35 minutes, I reckon. That's what I expect our time's going to be. It's the most wanted Beamer again. They've got to be careful here. This thing likes to get its elbows out when you're lapping it and try hitting you, which is never fun. Yep, I had to get past him there. I couldn't risk having him ahead of me into the chicane section. They slow up so much through there and you lose so much time if you're stuck behind the AI. Definitely feel the lack of grip in the tyres now. You can hear them like going when the power's been planted. So it tells me there's less rubber on the road, which is kind of annoying, but at the same time our pace is still pretty strong. We're still getting into the 130s, so we're not exactly in danger zone for grip at the moment, which is great. Pushed out to the outside wall there. I can definitely feel the grip going, but I don't want to pit again. I do not want to splash and dash. I've got the fuel to make it to the end, so it's the tyres now. Even if the lap times drop to 35s or 36s, we're going to easily win this race. I love the sound of this engine. It has a really visceral roar to it. Yeah, we're looking to be around about 1 hour 33 minutes. Pretty decent time, given we've not used a Le Mans prototype or an F1 car. We've used a JGTC. We've kept on theme for the race. Lap positioning could be perfect here, because I might not have to worry about trying to lap any more traffic. And if I don't have to lap any more traffic, it makes it much easier, because we won't lose time trying to battle through anybody or going offline. Yep, still in the 130s, still in a really good position. On to the final lap. 3 pit stop victory, 15 laps of stop. Absolutely monotone. Completely metronomic performance. Not true actually, I spun out a couple of times. There's not metronomic. So here we go. We're going to go over to the pit wall. We're going to celebrate with the mechanics as we take first place. Let's leave this running to see if we get anyone crossing the finish line, to see how many laps in front we were. Will they do it in time? No, we will not know. But the Toyota Castrol Tom Supra, complete with the doggos on the bonnet and on the side door, was enough to take us to victory. And a cool 200,000 credits, which is awesome. But we are doing a prize cars randomizer. We're trying to use random prize cars only. So the question is, speaking of the randomizer, let's fire at the roulette wheel. What have we got? We have won. Oh! That's a pretty decent prize car, the Lancia Delta HF Integrale. That's actually a decent car to win. In its Martini livery, which has been stripped of the references to Martini because not allowed for licensing, or promoting alcohol, I suppose. But yes, so there we go. We've managed to win the endurance race, which was very, very welcome indeed. Now then, interestingly, need standard or sports tyres for that one, so we're not winning that. Production cars only, standard or sports tyres. Yeah, so we're not winning those. How are the extreme events? We've got the World Circuit Tour, IA. Ah, well, that's no restrictions. It's an 8 single race event. Or, alternatively, we can go and do some of the individual events in the world tours. We can also do the driving missions. We have lots of events to do. That's something we do have. However, I quite like the idea of doing the 1990s event. Japanese cars, 1990s. Now, the question is, which car to use? Oh. It has to be. It has to be a good old Nissan Skyline. What we'll do quickly is we're going to change our oil, because this gives us an extra boost in horsepower. Yeah. Yes, the good old click click along with the music. That mechanic squeezing out from underneath the bonnet. That'd be me if I was doing a car service. I'd be exactly the same. So we got a decent car from the endurance races, it must be said. Now the big question here is, going to these events for the 90s, I need to check this car's eligible. And it's not, because it's not a production car. I find the Skyline and I'm told, no, not allowed to use that. It's not a road car. It's not a production car, being the keywords. So, do I have any production cars from the 90s? I've got the Acura NSX. That could count, actually, now I think about it. It is a 90s car. It's Japanese. It's technically not. It's technically American, but it shows up in there. Then we also have the NSX-S. That will definitely count. So I wanted to use my Skyline, but the game's like, no, you can't do that. Right, NSX-0, that'll do. That's definitely going to be a production car. But we're going to make some modifications. We'll start by, once again, changing our oil. Apologies, just checking something that I got a notification for on my phone. And it means I'm going to have to spend some money tomorrow, which is never fun. But it's okay. It's fine. Right, let's get some modifications in here. Although before I do that, I'm going to very quickly go and check this car is eligible. One of the issues with this game is you get cars, and yep, so standard or sports tyres are required, and it's production cars only. So what we'll do now is we will quickly tune our car. We will put a racing exhaust, because that's a cheap mod. We will put better brakes on, so we have better stopping power. We'll have the brake controller when we want to change that if we want to. Engine-wise, a stage 2 gives us that much, whereas a stage 3 gives us an extra 100. I'm going to go with a stage 2. Should be enough. We'll get a port polish. Rebalance the engine. New ECU. And that should be enough power. So, with that in mind, it'll come with sports mediums. What we will now do is take on the 90s event. We will run in the 90s. As Initial D famously made famous as a song. Manuel's running in the 90s. Meanwhile, good evening, Queen. You joined in. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. How much longer will be going on? Well, I'm not working tomorrow, and I'm not travelling tomorrow, so I'll see how tired I get. But good to see you. How you doing? Welcome. You've missed one race we did. We did one of the endurance races, and got a decent car actually. We got a Lancia Delta Integrale rally car. So now we're doing the 1990s Japanese races, and I'm at the wheel of a Honda NSX. You're glad to be home, but you've got more work to look forward to. What work have you got at home then? Have you got anything in particular you're doing? Oh, car has gone off the road. Not a good start. These sports tyres clearly don't have the grip of the racing tyres. That much I can confirm. But this car has accelerations, that's the good thing. You got some more work tomorrow. Right, that makes perfect sense. That's fair, no worries. And clean up, well, that's never fun. I'm never a fan of doing the clean up, but sometimes needs must. Got to be done. Let's say tomorrow what I'll be doing is getting some supplies for the con, packing, and getting ready to travel. That's what I'll be doing tomorrow. Need to get some kit together, nothing too major. Yes, that's actually a fantastic car, actually. That's one thing I do want to do. I've been meaning to do that, but I've not had time this week, but I will have time tomorrow, so that's definitely part of the plan. Yes, I do need to catch up on the latest episode of Zero Escape. I know it deployed a couple of days ago on your channel. I need to catch up on it. I'm intrigued by where that game's going to go next, to be honest. But again, if you've not seen Zero Escape, go check it out on Queen32's channel. It's wild. Probably the best way I can describe those games. Those 3 games are wild. Let's say at some point I need to find a decent dark blue boiler suit so I can start putting together a cosplay from that. Be a project over the winter, I think. Yes, that's very true, yes. Start with 999, then Virtue's Last Reward, and then Zero Time Dilemma. Do not watch them out of order. And don't look anything up. Whatever you do. It's like playing Doki Doki Literature Club. Go in blind. Look nothing up. Yes, we're quite far ahead now. We've broken 3 of the pack after that early start to the race where I messed up the first corner. Now it's been a bit more plain sailing. But the engine revving then was very, very weird. It wasn't planting any power to the wheels. It kept a consistent speed, which was useful, but it also felt like I was going nowhere. It's a naturally aspirated engine, no turbo lag on this. The only problem with naturally aspirated engine is it's not quite as powerful, but it's all I'm going to need here. Purely because I could. Oh, and then the computer can't do it. What's it reversing for? What's it doing? What was the computer doing then with my car? Yeah, I think I did break it. I must have broke it. Damaged the suspension or something. So that's our first race in the 90s challenge. We've got another 4 races to go in this one, and we'll unlock another random car. So we've had an interesting pair tonight, so I want to see what we get. Oh, Grand Valley Speedway. 4 laps. I wonder if this is going to be the short course called the East route, Grand Valley East. Or are we going to do 4 laps of the whole circuit? It's Grand Valley East, I was right. It's the short version. Yes, that's our car, the Honda NSX. The budget supercar, as it was known in the 90s. And yes, we have a Toyota MR2 ahead of us. Not a bad car, actually, the Toyota MR2. And then finally, it looks like a Honda Prelude. Or Honda Integra, one or the other. Either way, it's been defeated by the NSX. Now all we're going to do is keep it on the island and coast home. Beautifully smooth. I think we'll be in for a decent length race here. Around about 5 minutes. Which isn't too long for a race, actually. It's not bad at all. Although that was wide. Got away with it, though. Went off, lost a lot of speed, but not into danger of losing my race lead, so it's not too bad. So I say these sports tyres, they feel awful compared to racing tyres. They just don't have grip at all. No matter how much you warm them up, they just do not grip. Whereas on the racing tyres, they can be almost glued to the road. And to be fair, that's kind of realistic in one sense, because racing tyres are a lot faster than the sports or what are known as comfort tyres. But you'd still get a lot better performance from regular road tyres in an NSX than you do in this game. Handling model feels very, very slippery. Then again, I've never driven an NSX, so it might be realistic for all I know. I've never driven. Well, actually, I have driven a car. I've technically driven a car, but I also haven't. I drove an automatic off-road buggy thing when I was in Thailand. I also rode a quad bike, so I've technically done 2 vehicles. Hey, riding a bike, that's pretty awesome. Riding a bike's amazing. Especially if you've got good speed on them. I've done downhill longboarding on a longboard. That was fun as well. Hitting speeds of 40 miles an hour on a plank of wood. And you realise quickly that you don't have brakes and you just gotta hope that you're gonna hit a massive flat open road you can slow down naturally on. Or even better, an incline. We had no sense of self-preservation in the 90s. We really didn't. Wow, that's reminiscing a long time ago. And so last time I rode a bike was about 16 years ago. I had one when I was going to work in a public place at one point. Back in about 2000 and... Actually, no, it would have been nearly 20 years ago. Been nearly 20 years ago. Nice. Now we have Twin Ring Mategi. I don't know if it's going to be the full circuit or if it might be one of the other courses, the west or the east. Guess we'll find out. It's the East Shore course. It's a kind of annoying one, this, but it's not that bad. Yes, get ready to drive. We've got the pop-up headlights active. And here we go. Went a little deep there, but got away with it. Around the outside of the FTO, behind the Integra. And then finally the Honda Civic. Okay. Now we're in a good position. Let's try and drive away. Yep, now we're breaking away. Got quite a decent look as well. Yeah, we're around about 10 seconds faster at the moment per lap. So we are on to finish this quite quickly. I love that low-res cloud on the horizon. It might have looked better if there was no cloud there at all and they just let you get on with it. But not tonight, it seems. The clouds are here to stay. As we take on the 90s challenge, trying to find out what random car we're going to get. Are we going to get a shed? Are we going to get a shit box? Or are we going to get a really good car? Because we've had some bizarre drops in this game, in this run. You won the American All-Star Muscle Race. Here, have a Toyota GT1 Le Mans prototype. Okay, thank you very much. Final lap, not bad. 133s for an NSX is pretty decent. So this corner is deceptively tricky, purely because of the downhill. You braking into that corner is a nightmare, real nuisance. Yep, exactly, Queen, exactly that. You've won the most difficult championship here. Have the 1886 Mercedes-Benz Motorwagen. Daimler Motorwagen Carriage or something stupid like that. They say the fact that the cars are randomised by your name means it's technically not random. There'll be a certain pattern based on the characters of your name and things like that, I reckon. But even so, it's still been interesting as an experience, because my run's been very different to other people's, from what I understand. Final corner at the final lap, and we went a bit too deep there, but we'll get away with it. And it was still the fastest lap as well, so not all bad. It's the kind of thing that can happen on my stream, Queen. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. You've received a 1910 mobster car with 2 horsepower. Right, okay, I'm done. Goodbye. We have 2 more races. I'm going to very quickly back out just so I can save my progress. Just take off the headphones and leave. So my chat going wild is an interesting proposition. Maybe we'll get another invasion like what happened when we played Final Fantasy X-2 that time. Right, special stage Route 5, 2 Toyota Celica, way too many Civics, and a Mazda MX-5. That Toyota Celica is the only car I worry about. But here we are, we're racing at night on the special stage, Clubman, on the special stage Route 5, full circuit. Now, get into the slipstream. Don't pull out of the slipstream until you're ready to overtake. Maximize the power. Whoa! Bit of a drift going on there, we got away with it. Well, technically we didn't. Oh. Sorry, Mr. Toyota Celica, I accidentally tagged you. Why don't you just get out of my way, it'll make things much easier. Thank you. Yeah, now we're on it. Now we're going where we want to go. Oh yes, we are ahead. Yeah, here we go. Now we're cooking. 2 more laps to go. Here we go. Oh, that's wide, but we'll get away with it. So the power performance through the tyres is weird, but we're that far in front it doesn't really matter. These are the races where you think, I'm a bit too powerful. And then you think, I don't care. And on to the final lap for this race. And there's one more left in the championship afterwards. Yes, we are far ahead. Not much I can really say in terms of commentary for this race. It's been a case of get in front and leave them be. Of course, the thing we're all here for is, what's the result going to be? A total junker or a classic? So here we go. And it's a new fastest lap to boot. There's no point waiting for them to finish. They're not going to succeed. They're too far back. So we've got one more event in this tournament, the 90s Japanese Challenge, and then we can find out what random machine we're going to have dropped into our garage. It could be anything. It could be broken, it could be useless. The only way we'll find out is by hitting up Fuji Speedway. Which layout? I'm assuming go with a 90s layout. It's a 90s championship. Yep, Fuji Speedway 90s. I don't even know why I had to think about that for a second then. Oh, it's a lightning start. It's a lightning start. Straight into the lead. The only difficulty here is the car has a tendency to lock its tyres and understeer. But again, that's purely because of the sports tyres in Gran Turismo 4. They're not as grippy as in later entries. If you play GT6 or GT7, the sports tyres have way more grip. Whereas here, you like comfort tyres, ice, sports tyres, ice that's melted slightly, and then racing tyres, stickiest things in the world. That's literally the way the tyre grip goes. It's fun though, because you have to learn the circuit in multiple ways in terms of how to get your car stopped without flying into a wall or into the back of a rival. Like her, you hear it screeching then, because it didn't have the grip to lean into the high-speed tyre. So you're having to lift and counter-steer more. Which makes it kind of fascinating, but also kind of annoying. It's like here, normally this is a flat corner, but the car just drifts out wide because of the lack of grip in the tyres. And the end of this straight is incredibly irritating. It's downhill after a mile-long straight, so you hit the brakes much earlier than you think. We're talking like 200 meters. Okay, maybe slightly after the 200 meter board. In the past, I've hit it at 200 meters and still speared off into the gravel there. But the NSX, it seems, has got slightly better braking performance, so that's one good thing. Don't tell the stewards that was a corner cut, they didn't notice. It's fine. So in the hairpin corners, the torque seems to fall out of the engine for some reason. And you're just not really moving. Yes, you're at a slower speed, but it's like you've not got any guts to get back to motion afterwards. It's annoying. But again, it's all part of the nuances of driving the car. Now Honda Civic is doing its big brother, the NSX, proud, holding everybody up. AlphaTauri and Red Bull at work there, it would seem. Or is it V-Carb these days, or whatever they go by? One more run. Here we go. So 200 meters and then brake. Yeah, that was pretty much spot on. One thing I like about Gran Turismo 4, there's no real corner assisting. in terms of racing line. You have to try and learn the track and learn it properly, which makes it one of the more realistic entries. If you see anyone get chucked into a car for a weekend, they're expected to learn the circuit and go. That's it. You don't get any imaginary arrows telling you when to get the power on. Any red lines telling you you've gone too far and it's going to throw you off into the gravel. You just have to learn it by being on the circuit. I'm actually lucky I got the car stopped then, because I hit the grass and started spearing to the right, so when I was braking I could have easily spun out, but somehow the car kept itself in a decent position to get me through. So I'll settle for that. It could have been worse. Now we can just sit back and relax. Not bad. Just over 5 minutes. So now it's roulette time. 3,000 credits. I'll take that. And let's back out. It's time to spin the wheel. Reach into the deck of cards and see what we pull. Here we go. Drum roll, it's a... Whoa. It's another Honda Civic. But it's from the 1990s, so it's period correct, but yes. That's our reward. We've won another Honda Civic. It seems that my randomizer is very much a fan of Honda, because that's all I've been getting. Now this is another championship. And this time, the 90s cars are allowed. So we're going to do the Japan Championship. Let's see how we go. We have saved our game, so fingers crossed we won't have any issues. Yay! Fuji Speedway 90s, we're back here again. Okay, let's go. Ah, this time my car's not going to be overpowered. We've got 36 A-spec points. So that means our car is going to be underpowered in some way to the others. He says as he immediately passes everybody off the line with a lightning start. Well, you saw it, they gave me more A-spec points. Maybe it's because the opposition have got more powerful cars or something, I don't know. But we'll see, because it's a 5-lap race this time. Last time we only did 3 laps. And that gap, it's large, but it's not exactly huge, so we may have to be a bit more careful here. So, we did Fuji 90s last time, and we're right back on the same circuit, so apologies for the repetition here, people. There's not much I can really do about that. Well, apart from choose a different championship, of course. So, it is easy to cheese this race by literally flying over the chicane, because there's no penalty for it. You get 0 penalty. Of course, if you want to prove yourself to be someone with driver reputation, you won't do that. But if you're a low-born piece of scum like me, you might resort to it when needed. Say top speed's good. That was a pretty nice corner there. It actually felt very nice to take into. Went a bit too wide there. No real penalty for going out wide there. You don't get a time penalty and you don't really lose grip either. Some people might say, why don't you just drive over it? But I like to try and get close to being in the rules where possible. Don't get me wrong, there are times where I will bend and break the rules, but in general, I try and drive as far as I can. I'm up against the AI, so technically it's not going to be cheating anybody, but at the same time, I like to set a decent example. Cue the montage of me smashing other cars out of the way, going, get off my road, get back in the loser lane, and all the other stuff I've done in the past. So it's interesting though, playing a game like Gran Turismo 4. I've seen people of late sharing memes called the Zumba, which is basically people born in the mid-90s who cross between the millennial and the Gen Z, and they don't feel like they connect either side. They're like neither fish nor fowl. And it has things like, you know, the PS2 and the Nintendo DS and cartoons like Ed, Ed and Eddie and all that kind of thing. I find it quite interesting in that respect because, I mean, I like things like that, and I wasn't a Zumba, so I don't know where it's come from. But then again, I don't think I ever grew up, so maybe that's part of the issue. Oh, you know, I told you about how it gets awkward under braking sometimes. There's my proof. I suddenly started fishtailing. I didn't feel like I jammed the brakes on too hard, but the balance went totally out. Fortuitously, I've got a decent enough gap, so it's not like I'm in any immediate danger, but even so, not ideal. Yet despite that, I was only about 2 seconds off the pace, so that's really surprising. Oh, once again, I dipped my toe too far wide and it just dragged me off the circuit. That's actually very realistic. When you find that you get one tyre off the road onto something like grass or gravel, it literally sucks the car offline. And the reason being that you've not got the grip and it just dips in. Push my luck a bit there. I went a bit too wide in that corner, but I might just get away with it. Yeah, see, down to the 140s again, so we're in a decent time here. So this will be a nice racing championship, potentially, to end on, depending on what circuits we're going to go to next. I think there's only another 4 races, if I'm not mistaken. And we've got a huge lead. 20 seconds. That's a long lead, that. So that's a good 5 seconds a lot faster than the field. For a car which is not massively OP, because it's giving us 36 A-Spec points, the more A-Spec points you have, the more your car is either scaled to the level of the AI or over or under their level. I think 60 is the sweet spot. 68 A-Spec points is when the cars are absolutely equal. After that, anything under 60 means your car's better. Anything over 60 means your car's worse. There is a challenge that some people do on Gran Turismo 4 where they try to actually have races with cars that have the maximum A-Spec points, which is 200. The only ones I know of that have easy victories for that are the Dodge Ram races in the rally, and it's more like a glitch than actually because the car is any good. But there are some where they really have to dig hard. Apparently, there is a 200 A-Spec version of the Le Mans 24 Hours using a stock version of one particular car. And apparently it is very, very hard. But it is doable. Of course, for my money, that means doing a 24-hour race non-stop. So that's the second part of that particular challenge, which I'm not exactly aiming to take on. 10 laps of Tsukuba. This will be quite an annoying one. Let's go. This is a race where I might struggle because there's not much in the way of long straightaway to make up pace. But we shall see. So when I talked earlier about bending the rules, using another car as a brake, that's very much bending the rules. It's a bit like what they call British touring cars. That was unintentional, actually. It turned into me. Yes, now I've become Max Verstappen. At the Austrian Grand Prix. It's a very nice R33 Skyline. It's now in my rearview mirror. Yeah, this car has very good balance when you keep it on the road. That was me getting a bit too close to the gravel pit then, but I got away with it. Yeah, there's not an overtaking spot, but potentially... if I don't go too wide, this is where he's going to go for a cutback move. But I have the line to pull away. Yay, there we go. Perfect. Now it's on me to try and manage the gap and stay in front. And that means pulling up with any of the issues of the braking, not making too many errors. Good thing is that with that Infinity in second place, it's great for my championship because the Subaru Impreza, I believe, came second in the last race. So the more points they take off each other, the more my lead stretches in the championship. Because this isn't like the other ones, where we have 5 individual races and you have to win. Technically, we don't have to win races. We can do it by simply coming ahead by so many points. It's like in Formula 1, it's theoretically possible to win the championship there without winning a race, as long as you come second or third all the time and your opponents don't. But yes, this is going to be quite a long championship, this, because this race is going to be nearly 10 minutes long. In fact, it's going to be slightly longer than 10 minutes. On the edge. So the pace here from the opposition is not bad at all. I say, unfortunately, with this race, there's not much I can really say about it. It's a course of only 3 real corners, and it's just not that exciting. I apologise for having to subject you to this race, to be honest. But it's what the organisers wanted. The organisers wanted us racing here. .12 seconds to the good, not too bad. So I'm not being fair, actually, it has 4 real corners. 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, we gained a lot of time on our lap then. Yeah, now we're 15 seconds clear, so we're averaging around about 2 seconds a lap faster than the field, which is quite dominant given the amount of A-spec points that were being awarded. Oh, that was a wide line. Very wide indeed. Just 2 more laps after this one, and this race is in the bag. And we can quickly save our game. It's 21 seconds to the good. Not bad. That won't help, but it's okay. Yes. It's interesting because this race just doesn't feel as interesting as the endurance one. Because, again, I think it's the circuit. The circuit is just dull to drive. It feels really boring. You know, it has a very point squirt kind of feel to it. It just doesn't... I don't know, it's just lacking a sense of, like, gravitas. I mean, that's the most exciting thing that's happened all race. It's been Dullsville, so... But luckily, we'll finish this lap, and we can put it as forking it for the night on this race. This particular track should not return for tonight's stream. Unless the organisers are masochists and want us to, once again, do this race. I don't think that's going to happen. I really hope it doesn't happen. But there we go, 36 expect points, just like that. And as you can see, the Scooby and Pretzer is all the way down in 5th place. So in terms of the championship, that's going to have a significant impact. You see, the Scooby's only on 8 points, the Mazda RX-7 on 7, the Infiniti on 9. So we've already got a race win in our pocket. So that's really helpful for us. It means that we've got a race we can easily afford to lose. We can easily afford to come at the back of the field if needs be. So that's really, really helpful. So that's race number 2. What's behind door number 3? Ah! Tokyo 246. Nice! But we're going backwards this time. We're not going the main route. There's another lightning start for the NSX. And the G35 has been supplanted. This should be quite a lengthy race, this. Because this circuit's quite long, but it is also quite fast. And with all the undulations and the hairpin turns, this feels more alive to drive. little bit of sideways shenanigans there, but we got away with it. Yeah, you can definitely feel where the grip is falling away from this car in the middle of the turns. But that's a challenge that we've all got to face at the end of the day. They've got to face it as well. And we're still going to be lapping relatively quicker, actually. It looks like we're about 3 seconds, maybe 4 already ahead. Yeah, we just did a 2:05, whereas they did a 2:10, 2:12. But that drifting on the main straight was not good. That's cost us a load of time. Might have looked spectacular, but it wasn't fast. That was nice and smooth through there, no wheel spin. On the flip side, that had plenty of wheel spin. That was nice. Kissed the apexes beautifully. Okay, good. That felt better. Now we have a nice long straight to just sit back and savour. Yeah, that's where the lack of grip in this car is irritating because of these tyres. You try and drift through at high speed and the car's just like, nope, can't handle that. Interesting, it looks like another car has overtaken the Infiniti G35. If that's the case, that's good for me, again, for my championship. Yay. See, again, I like this circuit. The cars like this, they do feel like they're in between performance and non-performance. So it's a very frustrating drive. There's moments where you feel like you got all the pace in the world, and then suddenly your engine just goes out of revs and becomes gutless again. Compare it to driving the Castrol Supra. We had the power whenever we wanted it, and it just was so much more fun to drive. But again, you know, it's like it's a different class of car, and you have to expect cars to drive differently. Otherwise, why bother having car selection? That felt nice. But yeah, you can see the RX-7 has broken clear of the field. Evidently this circuit is much more suited to the RX-7. I'm trying to figure out who that is on the top right billboard. I don't know if anyone can see that. It's very blurry. I'm wondering who it is. But now this is going very, very well indeed. And a couple of minor mishaps, but again, nothing too car-breaking. It's not put us at risk of losing our race lead. As we once again get through the middle part of this circuit. And all we want to do now is keep going. Just one more lap and then we're done. Well, that felt pretty rapid. And once again, nice and through, nice and smooth. Yep, this is good. I think we're almost there. That wasn't smooth. Final corner, we're almost through at Tokyo, we're almost there. I think there's only 2 more races after this in this tournament. And it looks like there's a 3rd different car which is coming in 2nd place, which is great for us because it's practically guaranteeing the championship. Yeah, you see the Subaru Impreza was 3rd and the Infiniti was 4th. That's brilliant for our title. You can see the gaps there in the points. So we've gained another 10, which puts us on 30. But you now got the Infiniti and the Subaru level on 12, and then the Mazda RX-7 on 13. Realistically, we only need to get 4 points in the next 2 races, and we're champions. I'm not interested in that. I'm very much about the victory. Victory is good. So let's move on to race number 4. And it's the road course at Twin Ring Motegi, which means it's going to be the full course. And this is going to be a very long lap. It's not going to be fun, this, I'm afraid, people. We're going to be 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes 45 seconds, maybe. This will be a long, long, long lap. So let's get after them. Oh, the Skyline's gone off, which is good for us. Well, the RX-7, sorry. Allows us to catch up to it. Oops, sorry, Mr. Skyline, didn't mean to do that. On the same point, I really don't care. Time to get after this Infiniti G35. So the NSX has proven to be a very capable car. It has poise, it has control, and it has acceleration. So it's purely designed around being an actual race car. Yeah, now we're drag racing down the strip. But we've got to be careful here. Because of the sports tyres, can't brake too late. And we must make sure to not turn right here. I've been too busy doing the East course that I need to remember we do the full road. That wasn't smooth, but we'll get away with it. Yeah, 216 from a standing start pretty much, that's not too bad. That means we could be doing 206s, maybe 210s as our race lap times, and actually finish this race faster than I thought we would. Not that I'm complaining, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, you can definitely see where we've got a little better edge than the AI. Because the thing that we can do the AI can't is we know when we can push the envelope on grip. The RX-7 nearly going off is as close as they're going to get. They have very scripted cornering, so unlike the human, who can try to maybe half drift it or use trail braking, it's not something they have the skill set for because it's not in the code. That's where we have the advantage. Perfectly taken so that we didn't get too wide. And this time we kept it much tighter in the lines, which is good for grip. And 207's a pretty decent time as well, has to be said. Yeah, once again, a race where consistency and control is going to be the key. So the thing about doing racing games as a stream is you fall silent for ages. And you're like, I'm trying to concentrate on doing more, and you think, actually, no, there should be something here for the audience. So it's an interesting test of just what you can do, because obviously like, you see people talking all the time while they're driving. And I remember my mother used to get mad at her, well, say, her former husband, who would often look away from the road when driving. So, you know, they're driving along and it'd be like, somebody starts talking like this. Get your eyes on the road! There are many arguments that happen from that. You'd think that most people wouldn't want to look away from the road while they're talking, but we're innately socially interactive. So looking to how people speak and how they look while they're speaking is quite natural. Just don't do while you're behind the wheel of a car, peeps. Drive safely. Don't be like me on the track. Yes, now we're settling in for a final furlong. I said we only had to get 4 points in the race and we'd be champions. We're going to get 10 because I want to win. I don't just want to win, I want to dominate. I have a car which has got plenty of power, plenty of grip, and it's given me an opportunity to relax and enjoy it. Not the most thrilling final lap, people, but we're almost there. Went a bit deep then, but got away with it. Managed to arrest it. And there we go. And it's the RX-7 in second place ahead of the Infiniti G35. Once again, very good for my championship. The RX-7 has now stretched its second place gap by another 6 points, but crucially, I am now guaranteed pretty much to win this title. That means we will be able to end tonight's stream with another random draw. But we have to do the final race first. Assuming I'm right, assuming this is the final race. I'm pretty sure it was only 5. But I might be wrong. It could be more. It's only an A-class championship, so it shouldn't be too long. And Suzuka. Very often the final circuit. Very often. Say both the Subaru Impreza and the RX-7 started very well off the line. Yeah, not the smartest place to try and hang it around the outside of that. Very, very poor show from them. They didn't really think what they were doing through. Oh dear. That was very sloppy. But I joined the track in such a way that I didn't lose position. That was very, very fortunate. I very much got a mulligan then. I got away with that one. Yeah, technically what I've just done there is breaching the rules because I used the runoff area, but again there's no penalty for it, so there's no risk. Excellent, now we're in position. Just got this final race, I believe, and then we should be able to find out what our final car of the evening is going to be. What gem or total clunker are we going to get? This circuit requires a lot of concentration. There's a lot of runoff, but most of it is gravel. There's grass, there's tight bends, there's undulations, there's sweepers. It has it all. One of my all-time favourite circuits, this. It's also notoriously narrow, difficult to overtake on. The kind of course where you need to have your wits about you. Through the Casio Triangle with ease. Past the now deserted and quiet theme park, which is not yet open. Just 2 more tours and then we're there. We are well clear, so we just need to make sure we don't go too aggressive. So close. We're almost there. Just got one more source to do. Yay, 219. I also like the RX-7 is once again on course to come second, finishing the championship way behind me. Assuming, of course, this is the end. I might be wrong, but we've got to get there first. So let's keep going. Getting nearer to the end now, peeps. Thank you all so much for all you people who stayed out and watched. It's really appreciated. So much more things you could be doing when you're actually watching me literally go around in circles. So thank you once again. We are so close. And then we can roll the dice one more time to find out what our next reward is going to be. Under 218.8 to finish, so that was pretty good in terms of A-Spec points. Just under 10 minutes for the race, which is brilliant. And 40 points, 50 points in front. So we are 50 to 25 to 20. The sports mediums have been our tyres. As once again we get another 7,500 credits. Oh yeah. And here's the championship. We've got ourselves a keyring. Yes. And 35,000 credits for that. There it is. Pride of place on the wall. And now the big question. What's the prize car going to be? It's been randomized. Anything goes. It is a Honda Accord from the 1980s. What a damp squib. It's once again a sodding Honda. We got a new course at least, we've unlocked that. And well, with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. Now, I did say earlier in the stream that there's going to be quite a sizable gap. We're not going to be back until Tuesday of next week when we're going to pick up Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. And then after that, I'm hoping on the Wednesday evening to do another stream of GT4. And then, depends on what happens after that. So, because I'm going to be away at Con over the weekend, so I'm now going to be off air until next Tuesday. Which means plenty of time to catch up on other content and get myself ready for a weekend of arcade gaming. Oh yes. So, I will see all of you in the future. Until then, thank you all very much for watching. And randomiser my arse. Honda prize cars, you mean?